right, good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a retreat of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, April 18th at 5:12 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at the AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV, and it's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. So welcome and thank you for joining us. So today we will continue our work and discussion on scorecard, goals, and constraints. We welcome back our LSG coach, Ashley Paz.
Hi, everyone. How are you today? It's good to see you again. I'm excited about day 2 of our strategic planning retreat, priority setting retreat. So yesterday, as a group, we looked at a lot of information. We looked at community feedback, those highest frequency responses that you received around the questions that you asked in your community survey and in your community engagement sessions. And then also we, 2 of my colleagues from Council of the Great City Schools were with us, and they shared quite a bit of student performance data. And so these 2 pieces of information, when used together, this is what the board will use to inform the direction that you take your priorities, your goals, and your constraints that are going to build out the scorecard for the next 5 years in Austin ISD. So before we get into today's activity, I just wanted to kind of open the floor and see, just give everyone an opportunity to share some of your thoughts, feedback from yesterday. What are some things that are still kind of sitting with you after last night's conversation? What are some things that you would like to maybe get some additional clarity around? And kind of what are your hopes for the rest of this process?
Well, I'll jump in. So I am really interested in, I think the challenge is going to be narrowing it down. And so I think I'm looking forward to just like the small group work that we have today and the more interactive discussions to really dive more deeply into, what our constraints are going to be. I'm not as worried about the goals because 3 out of 5 are already determined for us. And I think there's more quantitative data that would lead us to the right things there. But I'm really glad that we have like Dr. Jay Brown and other staff here available to just help us think through what these constraints are going to be, because they really do reflect the values of our community. And so appreciate having all the data that we had, especially I think the NAEP data, even though we're very concerned with STAR, and that's really what we're accountable. I did appreciate the NAEP comparisons and the disaggregated NAEP data over time, comparing AISD to the state and national, to kind of see how we were doing. And it was clear, unfortunately, that we still have a lot of work to do in the district, but we're here to fix a lot of the things that we saw.
Thank you.
And I'll say I've been thinking and don't have an answer about how we find a way to reflect that community, really strong community information about all of those skills beyond what you can test easily. The critical thinking, the kind of understanding of getting along with other people, kind of all those other skills that came out so strongly in that data. I've been looking at a lot of other people's scorecards today.
Thank you. Any other feedback that would anyone else like to share? Okay, then.
I think.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So I guess, with the outcome data, I wasn't necessarily surprised, because we spend a lot of time, reviewing information disaggregated in this way. So there weren't a lot of things that I guess I was surprised with. I mean, disheartening, but, not a lot of it wasn't a surprise. the other thing is the constraints. I do feel like the heavy lift over the next couple hours is probably going to be in that area of the work. It seemed to me like based on what we received from the community and based on what I observed over the last year and a half in this role, there's going to be some work there to get that to be an actual constraint that meets the requirements of the LSG. So I'm excited to do that work for sure.
And I wanted to add one more thing. So yesterday, if you look on board docs for the April 17th meeting, yesterday's meeting, there's actually 2.3 discussion of AISD data. And so this is separate from what the Council of Great City Schools has collected. So I just wanted to make sure y'all and the public were aware that there was some additional data that was there that aligns with some of the things that I've been it might give a little bit of a deeper picture into some of the issues around like family engagement and climate and staffing and that type of stuff. So all that's there as well for you to look at.
Thank you. All right. I think, let me make sure I can share my screen.
And I also wanted to mention that Trustee Lugo is also joining us via Zoom. So hello, Trustee Lugo.
Hello, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try another method for sharing my screen. I'm actually sharing my screen, so I'll go back to that. There we go. Okay, so these are our goals for today's work session. We're going to draft a vision statement from community feedback. Then we're going to use some of that same information to draft student outcome goals and superintendent constraints. So first, we're going to develop a vision statement. So this is a high-level statement that reflects the vision of the community. We look to our portrait of graduate feedback when we are looking at this, or we're working to develop the vision statement. And that's that first question that was asked of the community. How do you want to be able to describe graduate in Austin ISD? So this really gets to the heart of what it is that we're looking at long term. What does the community want long term? What is their aspiration for what graduates look like in Austin ISD? So we're going to just get right into it with our first partner activity. I see, so we've got 5 people present today. Let's see. 6 with Nolita. Okay. So let's see. How I'm trying to think of how to incorporate her in the process. So does all? Oh, that will be great. Okay, so let's have. Let's see. I'm going to have you two start together, and then I'm going to have you two together, and then President Singh, do you mind working with Nolita while she's in transit? Perfect. And then Matthias and Christine, if y'all would like to participate, you're welcome to partner as well. It's up to you. Okay, so what we're going to do, you're going to look at, so just looking at the long-term vision, this feedback that we received, just identify like how can we use this feedback to develop a vision statement that describes a graduate. I've provided a couple of examples here, and I tried to use some of the language that came from the community. So I just kind of swapped that out with some of the other language that was in the samples that we usually use. Some are very specific, some are more broad, but really the sky's the limit for how you do this. This is really an area where you have a lot of flexibility, and you can really do a lot in terms of just fleshing out what you want this to look like. What questions do you have before we break out?
So one question I have, a wondering really, is part of the last strategic plan that went quote unquote through 2025, there was a vision statement within it. And so I'm wondering, as part of this work, is the intent to replace that and that become the overall kind of vision statement, just so that there's maybe clarity regarding expectations as we move forward, so that there aren't two separate vision statements within the organization?
Oh yeah, the organization definitely should not have two separate vision statements. And so I guess, so while they're doing this activity, maybe we can visit offline about what that will look like, and then get some clarity before we put something forward. But it's still important that that the community see their voice in this. So we'll go ahead and continue with the process, and just kind of also get our juices flowing, and start collaborating together. Andrew, and then Arthi.
Just to clarify, what's the goal of the 5 minutes or so that we've got together?
So your goal is to we want you to create a statement that is along the lines of the samples that are here, that says this is what the district is doing. And so it's a long-term vision that describes, it is written in current terms, but it is a future vision. So if I were to write a personal vision statement for myself, I would say Ashley Paz lives on a beach and doesn't lift a finger any day of the week. So it's, again, that aspirational statement, but it is grounded in what the community's vision is for how to describe a graduate. Arthi.
I was just going to ask, could we share what our existing, I mean, is it bad to look at what our current vision statement is?
Yep,
Okay.
Yep. We
Okay.
really want to start
it.
with really just the only information we want to inform this is what the community had to say.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I'm going to go back and leave the slide on. I will leave it on this slide so that you can refer back to that. All right. How much time do we want for this exercise? 5, 10, 15 minutes? Oh. Say 10 minutes, and then we can check in and see where everyone's at.
If we're not landing on something,
No. This is just an exercise. We're just getting warmed up. And so you're welcome to sit together like this, or you're also welcome to go stand up at the and work at the whiteboards that we have. Okay, we'll check back in about 10 minutes. So I just want to check in. We've had about 10 minutes. How much more time do we need? So it's been 10 minutes. About how much time, more time do y'all need? Okay. It's so it's 5:40. So I'll check back in at 5:45. Okay. As y'all finish, if you'd like to go ahead and write, I heard y'all say y'all have two. If you want to write them on the whiteboards, just so that everybody can kind of see them, then I think that'll be a great. Oh no, just pick one. Okay. Y'all just looked like you were working. Wanted to make sure. Okay. Okay. So everyone has put together at least one vision statement. Some have done a couple more, which is great. I would like to ask everyone to read their vision statement out loud for us.
We can go first.
Okay.
Since we don't really have a vision statement, we just have more feelings and reflection. I guess the one that we noticed most prevalently in the data was an interest in supporting students' strengths and interests, as varied as they might be. In addition, preparing students for what's next was that highest category in terms of once they graduate. I think David did want to add something specifically to that point.
So I was concerned about like making sure we're capturing what type of next our families and students want to achieve, right? Because you could prepare for what's next by saying, you know, you're going to get bullied in life, so you have to practice getting bullied, right? And we prepared you for that, right? Or we prepared you for disappointment. We prepared you to not get what you want, right? There's all sorts of ways that that can not necessarily be aspirational, but can actually be negative. So we just really wanted to try to make sure that we're looking at the data to capture how do we really make that an aspirational thing to say, right, without pigeonholing kids into one category, that there's only one pathway for everyone. So we kind of want to keep the broad idea of what's next can be something different for every student, but it should be a real positive thing moving them forward.
And then the last thing that we had was both as like a vision for a goal, but also a reference to, I guess, practice or methodology, inclusivity and equity. So we couldn't put that into a sentence, but that's what we spoke about.
Thank you. All right. So, Catherine, would you like to share yours?
Austin ISD graduates will be joyous learners with the curiosity, bravery, and skill to care for themselves, family, community, and improve our world. Like, yeah, I think when we're, that can be like care for yourself, I think includes a lot of things like social and emotionally, and some people want to make sure, or like, we want our kids to be able to feed themselves and I think it encompasses all those like higher level, care for yourself means that's what people want for their kids. I don't know.
Yeah, that also captures some of the feedback that we heard that was specific to those functional life skills. Yeah.
That's Lynn's, and I'll read that because why don't you read
Do
it?
we have to
Matthias?
stop?
Yeah.
We don't have quorum? Oh, okay.
All right, so this is from the Trustee Boswell, Trustee Whitley 2 group in red. We believe that learning should be joyful, individualized, and engage the whole child, prepare all students to become critical thinkers and problem solvers, to find their passions, paths to develop strong social, emotional skills, and to be ready to succeed in college, career, and life as part of a diverse global community. It's good too.
It's all encompassing. I like it. Great. Trustee Singh, would you like to share? Wonderful, thank you. Okay, so I've captured everything, and I'm going to record all of these into one common document, and we'll share those back after tonight's meeting with the full board, and then we can use this in our next the next time we have a conversation about the scorecard. What additional thoughts or feedback do you have about the vision statement, if any?
I really like the blue cursive one, or like semi-cursive one. Whoever did that one.
Yeah.
I agree. I think, like, if I had to just pick which one resonates with me, it would probably be Catherine's. Also because it's short, or it feels shorter. It just sticks better for me. But yeah.
I think the short part is important, because I think that it will be more powerful if it's memorable, like memorizable, not memorable, but like memorizable, so people can actually, throughout the organization, know it and say it. So short is good, but I think part of why we presented a vision and not a statement was because we didn't want to lock into like this one or that one, so that it would be like more like what elements of each of these do we want to make sure are included, rather than I like that one best or I like that one best. So hopefully when we compile them, we can look through and say, like, even like highlight section, like we love this part of this one needs to be in there, but we can add in this part from this one. Or we want to start with this one as the framework because it's well written, but let's put this in. So I'm not really willing to identify
Because
one
I even
best.
think because I feel like, I don't know, one time I just wrote something down, probably maybe during the community engagement of, because I think like, I think that could even be shorter, and there might even be like a different word, or, one word that encompasses the ideas better, coming from. So yeah, something, I think concise is always good.
One thing that I noticed about, I think, all 5 of these different versions is they all seem to center like student agency and like students kind of knowing their strengths. And that sounds a lot like what I hear Matthias say a lot is like, you come to AISD and you can be yourself and, know who you are. And we celebrate that. So I'm not surprised to see that theme sort of throughout all of these.
So I think this is a tired phrase that I don't really want to bring back, but like choice and voice always resonates with me in that, because we're giving students options, but they're also able to express who they are and have a voice.
Awesome. So the next steps for the vision statement, and there is definitely time to wordsmith. This is not a final decision tonight. So the next steps is we will put all of these into a document, and I will share them back with the board, and then we'll essentially go from there, and then y'all won't be able to do that like collaborative process together because we won't be in a meeting, but you can share your feedback with me, and we can compile, or I can compile that for the next time that you are in person, and can have that conversation in the context of a meeting. All right. So this is a great starting point. Now, before we move on, Matthias mentioned that y'all do have a current vision statement, and so I don't want anybody to pull it up. Don't look. But to Dr. Kaufman's point, who can tell me what that vision statement is off the top of their head? But no, you don't get to. You don't. I'm not asking you. This is for trustees only.
It's something, Austin's home for inclusive learning, high expectations for all students, high outcomes for all children, or vice versa.
Good job. I think so. I don't know. I'm not a board member. Yeah.
The gist.
I think the ideas are all.
Okay.
Yeah. So being concise and memorable is an important characteristic of a strong vision statement. But you also want it to say something. You want it to be reflective of the community's vision. But also, the board, we've gotten our community feedback, but the board also knows through many times that you've engaged with the community, what some of the vision or other pieces of feedback that you've received. So I think that, even though the word joyful isn't one that came up anywhere in the community feedback, it is still something that is an important, it is a value for this community. So, and it's one that I see kind of throughout some of these. So it'll be exciting to be able to put this together. All right. So let's move on. So the next step for tonight is going to be to draft student outcome goals. So the following, these are the things that should be included kind of in the back of your minds as you're thinking through student outcome goals. And I have all of this. So I have each of these included in a different slide. So the student performance, so there's not, right now it just has like an insert here. That will come in a future meeting. That's so where that student performance data really comes into play with your goals is in setting your baseline and your targets. So your the final ending point for your goal, but then also those annual targets and those annual student group targets. Within those annual student group targets, that is where you have the flexibility to focus in on the specific student group performance and closing the gaps. That is why the legislature adopted the what we know as House Bill 3, but the two pieces of legislation to around third grade reading, third grade math. Inside that, it actually specifies that in the board's goals, there should be annual targets for the aggregate, but also disaggregated targets for each student group that is inclusive of more than 10 students in the entire district. So that's pretty much all of them in Austin ISD. And so within those student groups, that's where there will be you have a lot of ability to be able to focus on closing those gaps. And that's also where it is, so they have the closing the gaps indicator or domain as part of the Texas Accountability System. And that's actually that's exactly where the state is looking as they are monitoring student performance data from year to year. But that will all come in a future meeting. Today, we're really just focusing on the vision. So we want to know what are the things that the community said about what they want students to know and be able to do in Austin ISD. These are math and problem-solving skills, literacy, and being what we call CCMR, college, career, military readiness. These are perfectly aligned with what House Bill 3 already requires. They're one of the additional things that has been a conversation is how do we look at middle school? And so, we have our two early childhood goals, which are around third grade reading, third grade math. Your CCMR goal is going to be CCMR. And you all can decide how you want to look at CCMR. So that'll be one of the things that you all think through tonight. Do you want to stick with the way that you've been doing it by looking at not the outcomes bonus, but the metrics or the indicators that are applied with the outcomes bonus? So that's one of the things to consider. But also looking at middle school, how does the board want to, or does the board want to create a priority around middle school achievement? And so the highest leverage way for, or the highest leverage student outcome that you can focus on is Algebra 1 completion. I think Trustee Boswell mentioned this yesterday. And so when the board sets a goal around completing, increasing the number of students who complete Algebra 1 by the end of the 9th grade, that actually gives you the ability to monitor those earlier grades, because you can't actually, like, if you're not looking at data until the 9th grade, then you're probably not actually looking at predictive data. So a 9th grade goal would actually allow you to look at 6th, 7th, and 8th grade Algebra 1 completion. So that's just one thing to think about as you're setting your student outcome goals. Dr. Kaufman, I see you raising your...
Clarify that or repeat it, that a 9th grade Algebra 1 goal would allow you to look at 6th grade algebra completion?
Yeah, so
Or-
you would look at on-track data in the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So you may have some students who are, well, and actually you do have students who are completing Algebra 1 in earlier grades. So you can look at on-track data throughout the year. There are a number of ways that you can progress monitor within middle school math, but where you actually are setting a 9th grade math goal.
Could a progress measure for 9th grade algebra completion be successful, on grade level performance on 8th grade math?
So it wouldn't be a progress measure for that. You would look at on-track data basically. So, and this is one of the reasons that the superintendent sets the progress measures, because they know they have more data to help understand what is going to be the most predictive area to look at throughout the year. But your progress measures have to be areas that can be updated multiple times throughout the year. And so just looking at the 8th grade completion isn't enough. You need to be able to look at most likely interim assessment data. But you could look at there are likely other indicators that you can look at as well.
Right. So the reminder about the ability to check the progress measures multiple times during the year is very helpful, because that's not going to be anything for STAR. But I guess when we look at the data that we talked about yesterday and see where we land at 8th grade, right, in particular in comparison to the state or to national NAEP data, is that somehow we're losing a lot of ground between 5th grade and 8th grade.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know that we've done a root cause analysis of that, but I think that could, as Dr. Hart said yesterday, there could be a number of reasons for that, not necessarily only instruction in middle school. Right, there could be many other factors contributing to that, including that we're teaching our elementary kids to the minimum level to pass a test, and then they're not ready to get the substantial learning they need to in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, because we only taught them to pass a test, and we didn't actually teach them to read and to do all these things. So there's a lot of different ways we can target that, but I'm wary of any kind of, I'm curious, I guess the question is, what happens to all the things that aren't goals? So,
they still have to get done.
say a little bit more about that. I think I get it, but could you say a little bit more about, and especially for our viewing audience, both of them, would perhaps wonder, like, why are we focusing on this, but you're ignoring that? Well, what happens to the things that we're ignoring, like 8th grade performance?
Yeah, and that's actually a great question. So the board has to set goals around areas. So you only set 1 to 5 goals, or actually 3 to 5 goals. This is important to know, because if you prioritize everything, then you're actually prioritizing nothing. That's why the goals have to be your highest leverage areas for you to focus on. Now, that doesn't mean that those are the only things that the district is going to do. The district still has to do a whole lot of things that are not the board's goals or constraints. There are still a lot of things that have to happen because you can't improve Algebra 1 completion if you're not also making sure the buses are running on time. You're not you're making sure that the Maslow's hierarchy of needs are being met for your students. All of those things have to happen. They're just not the top 3 to 5 priorities that the board has said. These are the most important things that we're going to that are going to move the needle for our students. These are the things, when we look at our goals, the board is saying these are the things that that are going to tell us whether or not students in our district are actually achieving educational justice. And so all of the other things are important, and they should be done, and the board can even receive information about them. It's just that during our precious few hours a month when we are actually a board, in a board authorized public meeting, that's where we have authority to act. That's how we're going to spend our time. Those are the things that we're going to focus on. Arthi, and then we'll come back to Dr.
So I
Hartman.
had a question about the Algebra 1 by 9th grade. Do we, and I've heard that research cited a lot. I have not actually read the study, and I'm just wondering, does anybody have access to that study and follow-up studies that we can, like, I would like to peruse that real quick before developing a whole goal around it. And I would say if there's any staff that knows something about this, like, please feel like, is that still legit? You know, like, I just want to make sure the research is still valid, and I want to kind of better understand like correlation versus causation, because there's a lot of other factors that are associated with kids taking 9th grade algebra that could also predict graduation. So I just want to make sure that we're interpreting. I love the idea. It's not that. I just want to make sure we're well informed before making, before going real far down that road.
Yes, and so who would like to comment from the administration?
Yeah, I'm happy to share that one research that we're from E3 Alliance here in the Austin area, who did their Math Matters for Everyone study, which is part of their Pathways for Promise. And so they do have research based not only on Central Texas data, but also data overall that shows that students who take algebra early, the benefits of that for later years. And also they focused heavily on the ability of taking algebra early, showed greater success for Algebra 2, which was a huge predictor of later success in college. And so they've actually brought that study all the way through algebra to Algebra 2 to an advanced course, math course after Algebra 2 to success in college or career afterwards. And we can share that study.
I think the E3 was what I was going to point to as well, and I think I learned a lot from their blueprint objectives, where they're really looking at cradle to college objectives, and what they identified as the highest leverage, and they have studies to back it all up, is 4-year-old pre-K enrollment, kindergarten readiness, 3rd reading meets, 8th reading meets, which I think is an important piece going back to the middle school. They are identifying 8th grade Algebra 1 completion, which is why they lobbied so hard for the legislation that would require that. 9th grade, not chronically absent, high school graduation, post-secondary enrollment, post-secondary completion. So when we narrow those, that's 10, that's 9, we can't do 9. But I think it's really telling the algebra completion and the 8th grade reading, or something that would be higher leverage for 8th grade reading, are critical. I really like what Dr. Hart said about the absences not necessarily be, like, don't focus on the absences, focus on the conditions that lead to the absences. But it is an indicator when we have 50% of one group, 30% of certain student groups being chronically absent in 12th grade. How do we incorporate that?
Trustee Singh, I've added that Math Matters research paper to board docs for tonight's agenda item, so the public can find that also.
Thank you, Dr. Reach. Okay, before we get into our next group assignment, I want to lift up a couple of other considerations for the board to think about. And I really love where you went with your questions, President Singh, because the board does have to be very deliberate about how many priorities you set. And so I didn't pull this slide together after you talked. This was already there. The number of priorities that the board sets matters. So there are a couple of concepts that the board needs to be thinking about as you decide how many goals you want to adopt. One, you have to think about resource allocation. And so the more goals you have, the more areas, the more you have to spread your resources across. So the way that we like to describe this to boards is think of, if I've got to go, I have to take a 200-mile trip, and I've got a pickup truck that gets about 27 miles a gallon, or no, 7 miles a gallon. I don't know a pickup truck is going to get that much. My pickup truck goes 7 miles a gallon, and I've got this much money to get me from here to there. This one pickup truck, this is how far I'm going to be able to go, given my resources. And so these are the tools that I have to get there, and these are the resources I have to move those tools along. If I had to spread that out across 5 pickup trucks, I may not actually make it to my destination. And so it's the same with board and goals. If you have one goal, then you're putting all of your resources into that one priority. If you've got 3 goals and you've got more priorities that you have to spread your resources across, if you've got 5 or more goals, it's going to be really hard to actually accomplish those goals because you'll have fewer resources to spread across them. Closely connected to this is the idea of the degree of difficulty. So not all goals are created equal. Some things are harder to achieve than others. So in general, I know that it's going to be easier to teach 3rd graders how to do math than it's going to be to teach them how to read. And if also understanding our current status. So if we have 13% of 3rd graders who are meeting grade level, then we can reasonably see growth, a broader area of growth, because it's when you're going from 13% to 23%, it usually requires simpler strategies than if you were going from 53% to 63%. So understanding where you are relative to where you need to be or where you want to be. And so the more goals you have, the less growth you can expect to see in each of those areas. Also, it depends on what you are setting your goals around. So this is one of the things that it doesn't mean don't adopt goals. It just means be very deliberate about what goals you do. And then there's another thing that is not mentioned on here, but I also wanted to lift up, and it kind of goes back to the resource allocation. So you have current strategies and initiatives that are being implemented in the district. If you adopt goals around things that are not current strategies or initiatives, it is usually more costly to implement new things than it is to just improve the areas where you're already you already have investments. So again, just a couple of additional things to think about as you're putting these goals together. Do you have any questions about that before we move on?
Not really a question, but maybe a comment. One of the ways that I think about it is, we're in the budgeting process right now, and we have very limited resources, right? And so if we have limited resources and we're already looking at cuts and we're looking at just the highest priority of investments, I would expect those investments to align with our goals and values, right? And so to Dr. Kaufman's, I think, question originally, we're still going to pay utility bills, we're still going to run everything, but that consumes, 86 to 92% of our budget. And so it's really like those things at the end of the day that you're going to defend and invest because you know they're going to move the system. It's kind of the way that I look at it, especially given where we are in the process right now with the budget. Just something to share.
Thank you. Okay, so just as a quick reminder, the highest frequency things that came back from feedback that came back from your community.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question on?
Oh yeah,
reading
yeah.
goals?
Go ahead.
So I'm grappling with reading because I think reading is the fundamental moral issue of our current results that we have to make sure our kids can read. And does CCMR cover that, right? In the sense that, that's not a lofty goal, but like, does that, at the risk of diluting our goals by adding an 8th grade reading goal or a high school and of course English 1 goal or something, does CCMR cover that? Because at a minimum, kids have to read at A level to get their credit for the thing. Yes, thank you, TSI. Yeah. Or is that setting too low a bar?
I will allow one of our administrators to respond to that.
Yeah, I think so. TSI. I think as far as bars go, I think there are a lot of concerns around tying much of anything to TSI. I think based on the conversations we've had in the past with E3 and kind of what we've heard, it's really about positioning the student for success before they even enter high school, and recognizing that the position they're in entering actually helps them post-secondary. And so TSI, I don't know that that's what I would use, but there are probably other things we can explore. But that's, where do you go? Oh, but reading, I guess, I wouldn't just assume that CCMR will cover, won't be as intentional regarding placement because of when we're tracking it versus preparing students entering high school, which is what I think the middle school math goal might do. But both are valid.
I just want to ensure that we don't buy into what I think is the myth that it's too late after 3rd grade, right? And that's, I think, an ongoing myth in our country that we are giving up on kids because they don't know how to read by 3rd grade and it's too late. And clearly it's best to learn how to read by 3rd grade. It says you're on the right path. But, I want to ensure that in our district we are spending our valuable instructional time in middle school and high school making sure kids know how to read all the way through, because it's never too late to make sure we can never give up on a kid. So I'm wary of not having one of our 5 objectives clearly drive secondary reading outcomes.
Ashley, would it be appropriate for us to ask we've got a bunch of experts sitting in the back of the room, and they live in this data, and they're creating systems around it every day. And I know the board is supposed to create the goals, which we will, but I would like to do that after hearing from Patty and Dr. Brown, Dr. Hall, all these experts that we've got there. Like, what do you want us to be focusing on is my question to the back row there. Is, what are some things that maybe haven't come up, that you haven't heard us talk about, that you would like us to consider? And this is for Matthias as well.
Right. I was going to say, can we ask Matthias specifically?
Yes,
and let
let's
him
ask
draw from his
Matthias, and then
team
he
if wants
can.
to?
Well, I think depends on how what conversation you want to have. Is it because one of the things we're doing right now is kind of working, with focus groups to figure out, kind of what things we should track or consider. So, if it's what we want to track, I'm kind of a little fearful that, we're not quite at a place where we can just say, board, this is exactly what we want to track. The idea was to have this engagement with the board identify the goals, the 2 additional goals maximum that they would, and then us have a dialogue around that. So maybe the question becomes, hey, if we were to explore, secondary, reading or literacy, then what would that look like? And then have a dialogue around that, opposed to maybe, hey, Dr. Holly, what do you think is the best? Because I just think that might be.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what.
Okay.
That's kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do y'all want to come up to the table? I mean, I feel like we have some folks that are like, I mean, I don't know who else is not gonna come.
We got some chairs. We got some. Okay, there's a mic back there.
Yeah, I would love to know secondary reading and secondary math. Yes, middle school reading, middle school math. I'd love to know what goals you might see as being measurable, moving things for our students, matching the need that we're seeing in the data. That would be helpful.
So when you say that, one of the things that comes to mind is our system and really our teachers aren't, in the secondary grades, aren't built to provide tier 2 or tier 3 instruction to students that might be lagging in foundational skills. And so that definitely is something that we're looking at when we're thinking about tier 3 instruction. So that's the first thing that I think about. I also heard the comment about not wanting our teachers to give up just because we say by 3rd grade we should be, at reading grade level. That's a hard one because there's a lot of indicators that would say if we're truly monitoring, then we would be able to see the results in different types of tests, whether they're formal assessments or informal assessments. So I'm really thinking the things that were brought up really cover things that I feel that are important for us to measure. When we start really looking at specifically defining, like in secondary, like what would that look like, we would have to create different systems to measure that, because our teachers really don't go in with that lens the way a kindergarten teacher would, or a 1st grade, or really just an elementary teacher, period. They wouldn't come from it through that lens. It doesn't mean that we don't provide those interventions. But I think everything that was mentioned here this evening would support us to lead to a student would be successful if we're measuring these things that were brought up.
And what if we were to pick an 8th grade measure, either 8th grade algebra completion or performance on the 8th grade reading assessment? And Ashley, this is a question for you too. Looking at knowing that 8th grade doesn't happen just in 8th grade, looking at how our 5th graders are doing on their way to middle school, the strength of that moment, looking at who has access in our district to those high quality. We know that 40% of our students are now expected to be automatically enrolled into advanced math. We know that the requirement is also 40% of students district-wide, not 40% of students on each campus. Those two things look very different in our district, maybe more so than in many districts because of the range of our demographics and what we see in our data. Would picking an 8th grade standard where you could have some of those touch points be from 5th, 6th, 7th grade, do you think that would pass LSG muster, and do you think that would be valuable and valid from an instructional standpoint?
So whether or not it would pass the test for LSG, as long as it is something as long as it is developed in collaboration with the administration, and not just a random student outcome that the board just says this is one that we're just going to pick. Like that collaboration part is very important. Also, it's critical that it be measured as a student outcome and not as an adult input or an adult outcome. And so one of the things that that was just mentioned was around like a tier 1 or so tier 2 and tier 3 instruction in middle school. And so if that is one of the things that the administration has identified as a potential like area to improve upon, then that could potentially be a focus area for a constraint. It's an adult outcome, or you could look at the adult outputs related to that. And so even though it's a constraint and not a goal, it is still focused on improving, it would support the improvement of student outcomes ultimately. And so those are some kind of outside of the box ways of thinking about it.
Yeah. And those are
Beyond-
huge area of improvements for us, tier 2 and tier 3 instruction, well, MTSS in general.
Okay, thank you for that.
Say what? I just said a lot of things.
Just the last part. Could you say that one more time?
Thinking outside of the box.
With
to-
regard to, yeah, that and with regard to tier 2 and tier 3.
Oh, so improving tier 2 and tier 3 instruction in middle school, for example. If that's something that the administration has identified as an area of growth, then you could adopt a constraint around that where it's not actually looking at a student outcome, it's an adult output, but it is something that would still move the needle for student outcomes. So, measuring the student outcomes is important. We talk about scorecards, like a scoreboard for a basketball game. The only way you actually know whether or not you're winning is by looking at how many baskets have been made. Sports isn't I'm not great at sports analogies. You have to look at like how many times you've actually scored. But you also look at other metrics when you're like watching basketball. You want to know how many assists have been made, how many fouls have been made. I'm really getting in over my head when I'm talking about sports. But you look at additional things because you want to know like how are we creating the conditions. So in a basketball game, how many times we've practiced, how many times who's passing the ball, who's hogging the ball, who's making the most fouls, who's giving the most assists, who's running point. Like all of that is good information to have, but it doesn't tell us whether or not we're winning the game. But if the coach says like, all right, if we're going to win more games, we have to foul less because we're giving them way too many opportunities to shoot free throws. So we're gonna improve on that area. Then let's look at that because that's what's gonna help us win the game. In the same way, looking at tier 2, tier 3 instruction, that could be a great way for the board to monitor an adult outcome or adult output that is going to really move the needle for student outcomes.
Because those tiers should be decreasing. So we're providing the appropriate intervention and we're consistent and we're tracking it and then we're making adjustments in real time. Then a student should not be in tier 3 for every single grade level. The goal is for them to come out of tier 3 unless there are some other deficiencies that are there that require something that's, more extensive. And students shouldn't regress also. So if you're in tier 3 and tier 2, we shouldn't see a large group of students moving into tier 3. So that could be something that we measure through progress measures as well. And it would be a direct reflection on if the interventions and the resources that we're providing, if the training we're providing to teachers are truly effective, then we would be able to see those decreases within those tiers. And then we would eventually get to where a large amount of our students then entering a specific grade level would start out in tier 1.
So can I ask a really,
I have a follow-up, if you don't mind, to that. Thank you for that. And I have a question. If we were to choose, for example, 8th grade algebra completion, which has been one of my pet wish list items for a long time, and I may be the only one, but if just for trying to get my head around what our options are, if we were to choose that 8th grade algebra completion, would participation, kind of equitable participation or success in 6th grade advanced math could that be a meaningful measure? Could 7th grade STAR data be a meaningful and performance be a meaningful measure kind of on the road to that 8th grade math from a district perspective and an LSG perspective?
That's Is that an Ashley answer or?
I
is that
think
a-
it's a Patty and an
Okay.
Ashley question, yeah.
I would say yes, because those are predictors for success in the future for other advanced courses, which means that you are prepared to be in that class. And so if you're prepared to be in that class, you have the prerequisites, and then you're not lagging behind. So you have what's needed so that with instruction, then you can continue to advance. So it's a predictor.
And that would be a way to set things up if the kind of think tank that you guys have created without having to create a whole separate set of assessments.
Can I predict an Ashley answer?
Sounds like the secondary
Yeah.
reading and secondary math.
That the participation or enrollment in advanced math is something that can be measured over time within a year. Like, are students in it? Are they successfully remaining in it? But the 8th grade math star or 7th grade math star wouldn't, because that couldn't be measured multiple times in a year.
But students have to take a beginning of the year, middle of year, end of year, right?
Not, well, you said.
Or is
I
that
thought you
only
said star.
elementary?
I thought you said star.
But they do like a beginning of year, it could be STAR, it could be MAP, whatever we're choosing to use at the time. Something we're already using, whatever BOY, MOY.
Yeah, so the STAR assessment, they only take once a year, and that's at the end, that's the summative assessment that comes at the end of the year. I think MAP is what they're using now for that beginning, middle, and end. So it would be MAP data that you're progress monitoring. You could also look at on-track data. If it was a completion goal, then you could look at students that are on track to complete.
Current 8th graders, for
So-
example. Okay.
So we couldn't use, I mean, just for clarification, because I want to make sure I understood what Trustee Boswell said. So using like 6th grade STAR could not, I mean, this is a clarification, could or could not be used as a goal progress measure for the 8th grade algebra goal, because you couldn't. So
No.
that's the clarification I wanted, because you would not be able to use an assessment in that. I mean, the stars.
You would not be able to use STAR.
Correct.
You could look at MAP, but you could not look at
Correct.
STAR, because
That was a clarification.
MAP is going to be predictive of
That's
MAP is predictive of the STAR assessment, but it's only the MAP is your interim assessment, and the interim assessment is what would be your progress measure, because it can be updated multiple times a year. That's an output measure. STAR is going to be an outcome measure, because it's only done at the end of the year. It's summative.
And if we were in a district that chose to use, instead of MAP, chose to do the beginning of the year, middle of the year STAR, like the interim STAR, and the other, is that valid? I mean, it's a Texas test and a Texas system.
If you used
Predictive.
the interim STAR or the STAR benchmark, I can't remember what it's called,
What it's-
and
yeah.
I'm gonna lose my coach, but
But that would be an alternate. Okay, thank you. And then some kind of measure about progress in 6th grade advanced math could be
yeah.
not just enrollment, but how students are doing throughout the year,
Yeah.
how successful they're being.
And so one of the things that I wanted to kind of go back to is the idea of resource allocation. So whenever the district changes the interim assessment that it's using, that is going to be a really heavy lift. So that requires a lot of resources to go into changing the assessment that you're using. And so it really needs to, and again, this is why the superintendent develops the progress measures, because if MAP is what you're currently using and MAP is working, then I would not recommend that you change that unless you had like a really strong, compelling case to do so. And it needs to be the superintendent that makes that decision, not the board.
So a question that I have. So if we did, like the minimum requirements per Texas law and per being in compliance with the agreed order and the requirements of the board under LSG, if we had a minimum scorecard would be, like I kind of like want to see it up there. Can you tell us what that would be, or do you want me to like?
Yeah,
Okay.
So to do the bare minimum, so the things that you absolutely have to do, you have to adopt 3 goals.
Okay.
And that's not because of LSG, it's because of the HB3.
So this would put us in compliance with both.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would put you in compliance with both. You can adopt 2 more.
Okay.
And so if you did adopt 2 more, you can make those additional 2 as specific as you. I know that's been kind of an ongoing discussion. The board just has to really, really consider the cost benefit that comes with adopting more goals. So if you go up to 5 goals, you just have to understand that there's going to be so with every additional priority that you set, whether it's a goal or a constraint, when you only have to adopt 1 to 5 constraints, but with every additional priority that is set by the board, it is going to stretch out your resources.
So that would be 3rd grade reading star. 3rd grade math star, and then CCMR.
Yeah.
So we would be required to then BOY. So say if star was our end of year goal, that would be allowed. So we'd have to have a BOY that the administration would determine for 3rd grade math, 3rd grade reading.
No.
No.
So, so you can do that.
Okay.
It's actually not recommended. So when you're looking at a goal, so when you set a goal for to improve 3rd grade math, you're unlikely to actually achieve that goal if you're not monitoring data that happens before 3rd grade. So you may want to look at 1st grade achievement, 2nd grade achievement. You may want to look at kindergarten readiness. It really is, so the superintendent will bring to you what the things that he feels are most predictive of achieving that 3rd grade goal.
So it doesn't have to be a BOY and MOY as the 2 other data points.
Well, you're going to look at the beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year, just because those are the most consistent data points you have.
Okay, so for clarity, if I'm looking at just like the required goals, so say if I'm talking about 3rd grade reading.
Yeah.
What progress measure is required?
So I understand what you're asking. I'm trying to think of the best way to articulate.
No, it's
so,
okay.
So the Lone Star governance doesn't say what the progress measures have to be. You do need to have a progress measure. Ideally 3 progress measures for your goals. But if it's possible to only monitor 1 or 2 and understand whether or not you're likely to achieve the goal, then you can do that. But it's usually the most predictive, especially for those 3 goals, for the 3rd grade reading, 3rd grade math, and CCMR. Usually those do include, so they are most commonly your interim assessments, beginning of year, middle of year, end of year.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I do really know what is most commonly done. I would like to know what is like specifically required, if that, to like actually give the administration a choice that reflects the values of the community.
That's a clarification question for you, Kath.
Please.
When you talk about BOI and EOI or MOI, like those have taken on a definition in our practice, which is
So I'm
it
using,
means a
like,
test that kids will take.
Jargon and like a,
Beginning of year, like, are you using it as something has to be measured and reported at the beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year? Or are you using it as a test has to be administered to kids that teachers have to give? That's kind of how we've.
I guess what I'm like drawing it on what, so I'm like, we have, so like the final number is our goal. And so I'll just like focus on 1. So 3rd grade reading star is the goal. And then we have a goal progress measure. 2, 1 or 2. Goal or 3. So 1 to 3 goal progress measures. So what are the requirements? Like, I guess like, yeah, specific requirements.
So the exact requirement is that you have, that the board has 1 to 3 progress measures that are predictive of the goal. And so the superintendent, and they have to be updated multiple times per year.
That are predictive.
Multiple times a year, but not the same. You don't have to go with the same goal progress measure each time of the year.
Yeah, so for the purpose of monitoring.
Correct.
So you may, in your monitoring, you may look at goal progress measure 1.1 at the beginning of the year, 1.2 at the middle of the year, and 1.3 at the end of the year. And then you'll also look at the full goal, so the summative results, the yearly results, once per year as well. So every goal has to be monitored at least 4 times a year. So you can, but I think that's going. I think maybe we're taking you down a different way than you're trying to go.
I'm not necessarily, I'm not trying to go anywhere. Like, I want to know like the requirements so
Yeah.
we can do the best thing for our kids.
Yeah.
And not something just because like other people are doing it or we've been doing it. Like, what is going to be best for our kids?
Yeah.
And
So the requirement, the thing that is best for your kids is that the board adopt 3 progress measures that tell the board. So it doesn't tell the board what it wants to know, but tells the board what the current reality, what that reality is for students in that moment in time, and so relative to the goal. So how likely are we to actually achieve the goal when it comes time for the goal to be up? So that's why you have your annual targets. So those annual targets are benchmarks that say this is where we're going to be by the end of year 1, by the end of year 2, by the end of year 3. You'll have those for your goal and your goal progress measures. We're not going to worry about that tonight.
So
You look very excited.
So one thing, Ashley, that I think about is every time we have a goal progress measure, like by definition, we have to measure something. And so I think for me, I'm trying to balance out, what needs to be introduced to be able to measure that thing that we're going to be recommending to the board. And so for every goal that's added, you're essentially potentially adding up to 3 more things that you're measuring. You add 2 more goals, that's 6 of the course of 15 things that we're measuring. That ends up being a lot of assessment, screenings, testing. So we're trying to really, I think, figure out how to, do what we need to do to ensure that the goal progress measures are predictors of the outcomes, but also acknowledge that there's a certain amount that we think balances well with our values. So that's kind of like where my brain goes, because each one of these things is, it's a thing that we're going to have to do. And so go ahead. No, sorry.
I have a clarifying question, and I think I'm understanding, but I want to be sure. If you talk about, for example, 3rd grade reading or 3rd grade STAR, and you talk about kindergarten readiness being a predictor, which is something we're measuring anyway and working on anyway, it's not an additional thing, but we only do that 1 time a year, that's okay. Every GPM doesn't have to be multiple times a year, just the GPMs as a whole.
Correct.
That is extremely helpful to me.
Every goal has to be monitored 4 times per year.
That is helpful.
You may do that by looking at every progress measure once per year. You may choose to look at some of them multiple times per year. That's really, so that conversation comes when we have to adopt the monitoring calendar. But it's helpful to know right now.
And it hasn't been our practice.
Yeah.
Right. We kind of go all the time to everything.
But that might be the kind of sweet spot that you may be bringing to us at some point, are things that we're doing anyway that are predictive and that together add up to multiple times a year. So that's very helpful to me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think to a conversation that I had with Trustee Kaufman several weeks ago, that we're just looking at the same data all the time. And it's that this is what happens when you're looking at every single progress measure every single quarter. When you break them up and you're looking at progress measure, the first one in the first quarter or the third one in the first quarter, you can really break them up however makes the most sense. But you really do have a lot of flexibility with how you do that.
And then like so the superintendent will choose those goal progress measures. And then who will decide that those are good? Like, is that you? Is that us? Is that someone else?
Yeah, no, that's a great
Okay.
question. Yeah. So the superintendent will bring forward, tonight tonight you identify 4 goals. And so in a couple of weeks or in a week or whenever superintendent has done the work with the focus groups and they've identified here are the progress measures we'd like to propose, they come forward and say, here are the progress measures. So the board has to figure out, are these predictive? And so that's the question that the board is asking. Are these progress measures predictive of the goal? That means that are these progress measures going to tell us whether or not we're likely to achieve the goal at the end of the cycle? If the answer is yes, then you adopt those progress measures. If the answer is no, then you have to either refine your goal or ask the superintendent to come back with something that is going to be more predictive, depending on where the hang up is. That's different than the constraints. If that's where you're going.
I was about to hop in there. That is
How do
different
we
than
get
constraints.
to yes or no on that? Like
So
what-
generally, the superintendent in his presentation will say, all right, board, here's the goal that you've adopted or that you want to adopt. Here are my progress measures. My progress measures are my interpretation of the goal. Really, there's not, when we're talking about goals, it's pretty straightforward. It gets more nuanced when we get into constraints. But with the goals, it's pretty straightforward. It's almost always going to be whatever the interim assessment is that the district is using, because again, resource allocation, it's easier to stick with what you have unless you have a good reason for.
And then can I maybe like push back on that, or like share a different,
Yeah.
because I think that could be true in many cases with many systems. So the MAP test, how much is the district paying for the MAP test? Thank you. Because like I think I asked the question last year, but it could have changed, so I don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what I was saying. It's about $500,000, maybe like a little bit more. And so that is currently being used K through 12. Sorry, K through 8. I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. K through 8. And so, for example, like my kindergartner was tested 45 minutes on an iPad at the very beginning of the year. Not just her, but like her and every other kindergartner in the district with like headphones. So some kids have had lots of iPad time, with is something that the American Academy of Pediatrics does not recommend, and some of them have never been on one. So then the kindergartner has that data. Then there's a kindergarten readiness test that the students take, and then she has a very masterful teacher on a very masterful team that has a strong MTSS system that creates their own assessments and progress monitors. And so she did like a one-on-one, and during the conference I saw all the data, and the one that was like most useful to me to see what my student knew was the one that the teacher had created. Okay, I see that. And then all those students did another one in the middle of the year for 45 minutes on the iPad. And then they'll do an end of the year, and then they did a dyslexia screener for 45 minutes on the iPad, where I got to hear her recording during her R today because we were trying to figure out how she said a certain speech sound. And so the teacher was like, oh, I have, so she played it. And I was like, oh, is that her reading in a small group? She goes, oh no, that's her on the iPad, and it shows a picture. And because she's like shark, hat, bat, cat. So she's saying words from a picture, and then AI graded that to see if these students showed signs of dyslexia. And so I asked, well, they said, well, in first grade, we do it earlier in January, but we're actually progress monitoring through our RTI system so that we already know. And sometimes the AI system, like they might not understand the student's speech, and we can get false positives. So I guess I would just push back on it being like to take that away from kindergarten and first grade and second of being more work. Like we're collecting quite a bit of data, and then teachers are having to create their own data that's useful. And in a budget crisis, it's $500,000. So just sort of like pushing back on that.
Oh yeah, so everything that you've just mentioned is extremely valid. But the cost of the actual assessment isn't the only cost of making that migration. It's actually like the professional development that's required and all of the things. That's where actually the bulk of the cost comes from. It's not the actual like what are we paying to NWEA or whatever assessment provider that you're using. I mean, an assessment is assessment. It is. So it's the thing that the board needs to understand from the superintendent when you're having to adopt the progress measures is so the board is not approving the progress. You're not approving the assessment. You're essentially saying this progress measure is going to tell us whether or not we're going to achieve the goal. And so the board doesn't, so you may approve the expenditure of funds for the assessment, but you're not, so the board doesn't actually get to pick what the assessment is. That goes back to the inputs, outputs, outcomes conversation. The board doesn't pick the inputs. The superintendent has to select the inputs. And so I know it's complicated. I know it's frustrating.
So, but we have other data that like the kids are tested a lot.
Yeah.
That I think that taking away an assessment when we still have a lot of other data pieces that I would hope are predictable if we're using them. And
so on this note, so there are a lot of different types of assessment that school districts employ. So you may have diagnostic assessment. Those are the things that happen at the beginning of the year that kind of tell us where students are. And then you have your formative assessments. Those are the things that actually happen in the classroom. And those are the ones that are going to be the most useful for actually like identifying individual student instruction and developing those like differentiated learning plans for students. Those happen in the classroom, and using formative assessment because it is usually specific to the individual student, and it is used to guide instruction rather than to guide system, to understand what system performance is. Formative assessment isn't usually used in the process of looking at just in progress monitoring for the system. When the system is doing progress monitoring, you're going to be looking at interim assessment. And so those are the types of assessments that happen, really no more than 3 times per year. Those are the things that are going to tell you whether or not the entire school district is moving the needle, not just the individual students. So the board needs to be looking at system performance, whereas like in the classroom, and you looking at data for your child, you're going to want to look at formative formative data, because that's actually what tells you whether an individual child is progressing at the level that you want them to. And so they're all different types of assessments, and there is appropriate use of each of those types of assessment, but it's important to understand how each type of assessment can be used and should be used and what it tells you.
So this is an assessment that's not really for like the teacher or has to be developmentally appropriate for a student. It's just for adults. Like a kid is just having to do something for adults to get information they are curious about.
So the assessments always should be developmentally appropriate. So you're not, and that's why in every grade level, so, you don't give first graders the same assessment that you give eighth graders, because they're assessing different standards. And so
Who has said the MAP test is developmentally appropriate?
I presume that's what the administration has selected.
The previous administration.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so if the administration decides that it's time to transition assessments, then that's a decision for them to make.
Got it.
The board has to hold them accountable for whether or not they're, so essentially, we want you to move the needle on this specific student outcome as part of our goals. The progress measures tell you how they're going to do that. So we're going to achieve this goal by improving, kindergarten, first and second grade. So we're going to focus on improving literacy instruction or literacy proficiency in each of these grades. And because we're doing that, we're going to achieve this goal. At the point where, so if, for example, you've been looking at MAP data all year, and then and MAP data says you're on track, and then the summative data comes back on the STAR assessment, and lo and behold, you were not on track. Actually, you were way behind where you predicted. That is a sign that the interim assessment is not actually predictive of the summative assessment. And so that is what would signal that there probably is a need for assessment, or it needs to be recalibrated to understand like what the correlation is between the interim assessment and the summative assessment. Our recommendation is that it be at least have at least a 0.8. Thank you. Yes, yes. So you want it to be predictive to the degree that it is actually telling you the likelihood of achieving your goal. If it's not doing that, then that's a problem. If it is doing that, then you're getting the information that you need. It may not be the information that the board wants, and it usually isn't the information that the board wants. And this was always a frustration of mine when I was a board member as well. But it's also what we need to know, and it's, again, understanding the appropriate use of these assessments is critical, because assessment data does not tell you what a child's worth is. It doesn't tell you anything related to the value or the intellect of a child. It literally just tells you what performance is given at this point in time. Like, here's a snapshot that tells us how we are educating students on a large scale.
Can I ask about that 0.8% or that 0.8 predictability?
Yeah.
Does MAP pass that muster? The STAR projected proficiency score that's given, is that within or above 0.8 accuracy? Yeah. Okay.
Clarifying follow-up, since it doesn't look at our students who speak Spanish.
Hold on. It looks like
Yeah.
Mr. Segura would like to add something.
I was going to say, and maybe to put a more definitive response, I think my observations, the platform as a whole says that it does do that. I think the challenge we've had the last couple of years is it maybe hasn't been as closely correlated, and there's a variety of reasons why that might have occurred, but I think that's one of the challenges we've had as a system, is it just maybe had it maybe hasn't aligned in the way that it suggested it should. Is maybe the way I would say it, in the most like, you know.
So
cleanest way
our
possible.
data doesn't show it to be predictive, but the company who sells it to us says that it is. Okay.
Not as yeah. I just think there's a lot kind of baked into that response.
So I will say I work with a lot of districts across the country, and there are a lot of different interim assessments that are being used. Every single one, every single assessment company has their like internal paper that says like here is our like here's our correlation analysis, and I think I even shared like the sample monitoring report that I shared with you all a couple of months ago had that linked to that for, I think it was iReady. And so they're all going to have their like internal research. Your team needs to do their own research on that as well. Trust but verify. It's kind of the
Well, and I think one of the things that I think needs to be maybe said is a lot of that comes down to implementation. You know, you can have whatever tool you're using, if you're not using it well, it's not going to matter. And so I think there's a variety of things that are creating this difference that we've seen in the past, you know, and that's also, you know, kind of on us, period. I mean, so something else to think about. There's a lot of things that contribute, but yeah, it's not as correlated as we would hope it to be.
We can take a little break. Yes. I mean, we're just, I'm sorry, I didn't have my,
I've not gotten very good at my like subliminal.
I feel like we need to like this is a really good conversation, so I don't want to like leave it hanging, but I feel like we need to talk a little bit more, but I thank you, Trustee Whitley Chu. I think that's such an important conversation that you brought up, and you articulated a really complex issue so well.
I'm going to wrap it up. I'll wrap it up.
Wrap it up.
It's because like where I'm trying to go is like, I'm trying to pick goals that will help our children achieve what we want them to. And I do not want to inadvertently choose goals that will cause them to have to be sacrificed at the altar of data for me, and that the process of getting the information that I want because of the goal is increasing inequality and reducing their ability to achieve and like enjoy learning and access instruction because it's taking so much time away from them, and like demoralize our educators who and like kind of and waste their time. So that's why I'm not because like I'm trying to pick the goal and progress measure, but because I'm trying to pick the goals and give our new administration that our community is so excited about, you know, it's like been like hard, right? This process has been hard, but what is optimistic about it to me is like, because, you know, it's hard when like, you know, you came as an expert and you're like, you got to throw away the scorecard because it wasn't quite like right, or you know, or it like wasn't quite following this. But then also like we get the opportunity to do it right, and I just don't want to squander that opportunity.
Yeah, and that's actually why I've been creating space for this conversation, because it is so important, and you are going the exact direction that you need to be, because the decisions that this board makes around your scorecard absolutely is going to impact students in the classroom. So you do need to have data. You do need to have data. You do need to understand system performance, because that's how we know whether or not equity is really living in our district the way that we say that we want to. That's how we know that students are really achieving educational justice to the degree that we want. You can't know that unless you actually have some kind of measuring stick to hold up for them. but you also have the ability to create the culture around the assessment and the way the testing happens. And so a lot of that comes from the degree of growth that we are setting expectations around for our goals. The number of times that we are monitoring each item, the number of times that we are actually using that measurement stick, and to understand what attainment of that educational justice that we talk about is happening. So these are very, very important conversations. And, the more, again, like this goes back to the number of goals that we have. The more goals that we have, the more times that we're going to have to administer an assessment. And even, around some of the things that Trustee Boswell spoke to around like the soft skills, and how do we look at that without like the things that are not measured by STAR. There still has to be some way, you still have to know whether or not those goals are being achieved. And so there has to be a measurement in there somewhere. And so if it's something that the district is going to create internally, or that they're going to have to create internally, know that that's a new assessment. And every additional thing is going to be a new thing that kids have to use. Another time that they're going to have an iPad slapped in their hand. And so just be clear that every single thing is going to add to that load on our students. I really appreciate it.
I really appreciate you. Like, we have like built a relationship as a board that I know I can ask you these questions because I know you have the expertise to answer. So just thank you.
Oh, yeah,
and
no,
I know
absolutely.
you want this to go well for our kids, and you want us to do our best. So thank you so much.
Of course. All right. So I want to kind of open us up. Are there any other questions about the number of priorities that you're setting? And if not, and I don't want to tie your hands and say don't ask any more questions. But if not, we'll take a little break, and then when we come back, we'll go back into our next group exercise.
All right, so let's take a, how much time do we need? 10 minutes? More than that? Andrew, you decide, 10 minutes or 15? It's your birthday. Okay, all right. So we'll be back here at, let's say 7:21. Thank you. All right, thank you for your patience and welcome back. So we will continue with the scorecard goals and constraints development.
Awesome. So we've had some incredible conversation so far. Now we're going to go straight into our next partner activity. So this is where you're going to you're going to create a student outcome goal with a partner. I'd like to ask everyone to pair up with someone new this time. So not who you partnered with last time. So we're going to take about 15 minutes to identify, to develop a draft goal. So we already know essentially what your first three goals are going to be. You're going to have third grade reading, third grade math, CCMR. You're welcome to draft some goal language around one of those. You also can work with your partner and figure out if there is another area that came back and as a high leverage student outcome that was revealed in the data that you looked at, or something that the community focused on in their feedback around their vision. And you can develop a goal around that for consideration for maybe a fourth or fifth goal if the board decides to go that way. Before we get into it, are there any questions about the assignment? All right. So I will. I see that Mrs. Whitley Chu and Mr. Gonzalez have already claimed one another as partners. Can we put? Let's see. Dr. Kaufman, who would you like to pair up with this time around? A gentleman's choice. Oh, yeah. Okay, awesome. We're paired off, so we'll go ahead and start our 15 minutes. I will kind of circle around and help you out as you have questions. And I'm actually going to go to this slide, which just has the anatomy of a goal, which lays out all of the different aspects that the goal should entail. Y'all are welcome to start writing your goals on the whiteboards whenever you're ready. Are we still working on them, or do we need a little bit more time? No, yeah, we're just from X. We're just using X from X in June 24 to Y in June 29. So whenever you have your goal, go ahead and write it on the whiteboard.
And like when I pull up star scores, they are like they're
Okay, so I see that everyone has finished writing. I'm going to ask Superintendent Segura and Trustee Boswell to share theirs with us first, since they are our full group that's here. Share with us your the goal that you created, and tell us why you picked that goal. The specific elements that you included. Why did you choose those? Awesome. I took notes. No, thank you for sharing that. So, what questions do our other trustees have for this group about their goal? And it's okay if there are none.
Well, I was going to comment on this when we share ours, but I'll ask on yours. I'm always wondering about the targeting of the group, because I personally like the whole target that's disaggregated, because then we get to see in the disaggregation African American as a group, emergent bilingual as a group, and not just looking at the African American students who are economically disadvantaged, but we get to see both, and so I like that better in general.
And if that becomes part of our, since we have to do that on our HB3 goals,
It's
I see
consistent.
some logic in that being our kind of our practice, right? That's what people expect, and that's what we always. It's just making sure we're really calling it out, which we have done. So, yeah.
And
I'll go.
okay, which is on an extremely minor note, the 8th grade STAR science is only available in English.
Superintendent, did you have something you wanted to share?
Yeah, I think, so I think to Trustee Kaufman's comment, and just kind of the way I was thinking about it is, each of these will be reported out and disaggregated, per our monitoring report. But I guess an acknowledgement of kind of how we've presented goals in the past, trying to identify a student group that has been historically marginalized, but was a big enough group that could be a predictor of the whole, was kind of a way to balance some of those concerns we're hearing from community, which is why we thought, instead of doing it across, we're going to show them all anyway in the monitoring reports, but that's one way we can kind of elevate it.
Yeah, and so HB3 does require you to have the goal around the aggregate. But in general, I do encourage boards to focus where there is the highest leverage. And so one of the conversations that has been had in the past is around we're looking at total student group growth, and that's achieving the goal. And so what happens when there's still very wide gaps within those student groups, but you still are seeing enough growth among that top quartile or top third, as was shared yesterday by Ray and Akeisha, that if we can make it more specific to EcoDis or to the low bottom quartile of performance, and one of the things that they shared is that there is such a huge overlap in those areas between EcoDis and race, that there may be some benefit in focusing on those other two goals. The data definitely suggests that that there is a benefit from that, and that it will be a large enough group, especially if you were to, so economically disadvantaged students, I think especially is a large enough group of students that it will show the type of growth, or it will move the needle enough. And then you can even, like when you disaggregate the data, you can disaggregate so we look at EcoDis and then we look at all of the student groups within EcoDis. So there are definitely ways to do it. It's really just a matter of what the board decides to do. Thank you for sharing, Superintendent and Trustee Boswell. Okay, so y'all, that one was around science. We also have another science goal, so I want to ask y'all to Trustee Gonzalez and Whitley Chu.
So our reasoning was pretty similar to what Trustee Boswell and Superintendent Segura explained. We chose 9th grade biology EOC, I guess, just because it affects or relates to graduation and then, success within high school. We also started to talk about possible GPMs. We thought about 5th grade science, being without adding another measure of assessment, but using one that's already required. And I think Trustee Whitley Chu also had some other ideas about opportunities around experiences for students as the result of this being a goal. But do you want to add anything?
I would say something we did when we were looking at goals were unintended consequences that they could create. So we wanted to, we were like, well, do we even need more goals that could possibly create unintended consequences? And then we decided, well, maybe we don't. But if we had, our colleagues and community might, want more. So like, what would be the one that, would be least disruptive, most beneficial? And so when looking at, there's the differences with ours. So when I look at economically disadvantaged, I've taught at different schools in Austin ISD, I've taught in Round Rock ISD, and I've been at a school where, sometimes when we focus on the test scores of economically disadvantaged students only, the instruction and experiences, the students' learning experiences are very inequitable and very tied to, what'd you say? Yes, yes. So I'm like, well, if we're saying if we just make it the aggregate and look at everyone within it, and saying, okay, we see campuses that are doing, making sure that all the campuses are getting equitable, rich experiences and not different ones.
All right. Thank you for sharing that. Trustees, do y'all have questions for Catherine and Andrew?
So, Superintendent, is it accurate that some schools like Ann Richards don't offer biology in 9th grade and the students end up taking the EOC in subsequent years? And if so, would forcing them to change that be an unintended consequence of this?
I know that that is the case, that there are high schools that do offer environmental systems or something similar to that in ninth grade, and then
Still,
they take biology in the 10th grade.
we still have schools that do that.
I mean, I believe so,
I mean, I
yes.
believe my daughter had to take biology as a sophomore at her home school after transferring out of Ann Richards because she didn't take it in ninth grade. But no big deal. It's just thinking about would that then impact it, because you'd have to then either play with the data to exclude that group from there or count them when they're, it just
Oh, no,
complicate things.
it's definitely a big deal. It's good information to know because, so what happens if you set a goal around ninth grade completion or, ninth grade proficiency in biology, if that's not something that is currently offered, then one of the things that the district could do is they could say, all right, well, we're going to start offering requiring biology in the ninth grade, which I don't have an opinion on whether or not that, but it is a significant strategy shift, and that's something that could be that could add to the degree of difficulty and add to how the resources are being stretched out. So it is definitely something we want to get clarification on before moving forward.
Heather, do you want to share something? Go to the mic.
I just texted Nicole Griffith, and yes, this year every 9th and 10th grader took biology because they moved it to 9th. So moving forward, they will always be in 9th. I can look into that.
The only other thing that I wanted to add, and then I guess if there are any additional feedback, is the thinking that we had around the GPMs. We thought, and obviously, that's not our wheelhouse, but just wanted to offer what we were thinking. We thought about 5th grade science, and then in terms of what the 3 would be, we thought about a goal around the hidden column that Trustee Boswell had brought up before of the students that are not meeting approaches. That column, a goal around that column decreasing. The number of students in 5th grade science that do not demonstrate or do not achieve approaches would decrease. The other 2 would be around the number or the percentage of students that demonstrate mastery increasing, and then the percentage of students that demonstrate meets also increasing. That way all, I guess, different directions are covered within those GPMs. Just a suggestion.
All right, thank you both for sharing your goal.
I have a question on, it was something, Catherine, I think that you said about like rich experiences, with science and things like that. And it made me think about if we, it is in the realm of possibility, I guess this is an Ashley and Matias question, to have a goal that's more like it's like an authentic assessment. So let's say we don't use the STAR. Let's say it was something like, a percentage of ninth grade students who have done a lab report or a full science experiment and scored a certain score on a lab report. Now we would have to create that whole thing, understandably, which is, one set of issues.
Yeah.
But like, ostensibly, that's like what they're supposed to be doing in science class, right? And so
Yeah.
that makes the instruction indistinguishable from the assessment, which is what a good authentic assessment is, right? So it's actually a valuable learning experience. There's all sorts of issues around reliability, of stuff like that, but there's also issues around, validity of a paper pencil test when you're trying to assess scientific thinking. So I just wanted to offer that up as like, are there goals that are really not test-based that could be used for science that are more, fun and authentic?
Yeah. So, so really, what the question is around is how you measure the goal, and so the board can definitely pick other ways to measure the goal beyond the STAR, especially for goals beyond those first three. The challenge with that is ensuring that you are getting information that is standardized across the system, that is apples to apples all the way across, and not just a matter of implementation, and that has that relies on firm data rather than the squishier data. My initial reaction when it comes to like a rubric-based assessment instead of an external assessment like the STAR is that they're generally going to be subject to like individual perception of teachers, which it may sound counterintuitive, but actually can be subject to more bias rather than less bias within the STAR assessment. So you're creating a big, there's just a lot of risk there. But even within, so if you can solve for that, then making sure that it's standardized from classroom to classroom and school to school it's usually a really, really heavy lift. But I will let Matthias respond to that as well.
I guess my initial thought is it depends if you're talking about a goal or goal progress measure, because I thought I heard you say goal. And so the first question to me would be, could that even be used as a goal? Have you seen that be used anywhere as a goal? Because the goal progress measure, I think, provides a different level of flexibility, maybe is what I'm saying. So I would want to have that clarification before I maybe respond, just because what I heard was goal, but
Yeah, so if you were looking, so essentially it would depend on what the cycle was for the goal. So if the goal is the percentage of 8th grade students who complete a capstone project by the end of the year, that is something that would happen once a year. It happens at the end of the year, and it would be something that they build up for. That would technically fit the category of a student outcome and a student outcome goal, because it's an end of year, once a year summative thing.
Yep. Sorry.
It could also be a goal progress measure if you looked at made that like an on track indicator for something else.
Well, but I think that the first response I think was helpful, because I think to get to a point where you could have something that was implemented with fidelity across the entire system, it would take a kind of buildup of time. We'd want to engage, make sure it's the right, capstone or whatever you want to, we would have to really spend some time thinking through that. So I love the idea. The question becomes, could you put a placeholder for it and then say, okay, over the course of the next year, we're building this up so that we can then implement in the following year? Because I think what we're talking about here is if we were to introduce something like that and have it be ready for school year 24-25 with PD, it would be tough, but the scorecard is going to be approved in 2 months. So I think if we had that level of flexibility, we could probably do something pretty awesome. If we don't, then we can't.
And I would definitely recommend that the board not adopt that formally until that has been solved for, because otherwise you're kind of floating around with a goal that doesn't actually have like strong measurement and strong standards, deliver like things that are actually actionable.
So in that instance, the board would be adopting perhaps a goal with one less goal progress measure, and then the administration will respond, say, over the course of this year, we're going to come back and provide, like GPM, 4.3, right? And that would be one way to solve that, instead of adding a third or even adding a second. So that could be something to consider.
No, I appreciate the conversation, and I'm not necessarily advocating for this, but I'm exploring it because, thinking about the earlier conversation right before break and thinking about like assessments And also what I have seen and observed about different types of teaching happening depending on what kind of campus you're on or what kind of student population is being served and things like that. But if we were to think about a goal progress measure or even a goal that was focused on students who typically are underserved. So it is limiting, it's not having to be a whole system-wide thing, but let's say the underlying philosophy or idea is we want to make sure innovative teaching is happening in our Title I schools, and the culture is shifting to allow for more sort of risk-taking kinds of learning experiences, right? Could you have a goal or even a goal progress measure that was just limited to certain campuses, like our focus campuses, and saying, okay, 80% of students will get a proficient score on a capstone project at our, at these 3 high schools, like, at our lowest quartile of, performing high schools or something like that. So it's limited. You're not having to change the whole system, but you've got like that critical mass.
Yeah, I think, so this is something that Dr. Holly and others on the team are kind of working through is we need to have a shared vocabulary around what those schools are. Title I makes me nervous only because every year Title I methodology can change and the schools that are in or out changes. Sure. But, and there are many of them. So Title I, if you were saying Title I right now, it'd be 80 schools. And so it's effectively almost the entire district in many ways. And so I would look at perhaps creating, we have something I think that we could explore that defines what those schools are, maybe, highest quartile and area of needing differentiation and supports. And then those schools as defined become the schools. Now, what I would say is over the course of 5 years, if we do what we think we can do, then conceivably you would have schools drop out of the top quartile, right? That would be the case. But if then that means that your goal progress measure would all of a sudden be different. So the same school you started in year 1 might be different schools in year 3. So I think we'd have to work through that, but I like the way we're thinking. If that makes any sense.
And so as y'all are talking, the thing that stands out to me the most is like the things that you're actually talking about, instruction, like differentiating instruction and how an innovative instruction. Those are all things that can actually be accomplished through adopting a constraint around instruction quality or something to that extent. Which again, like your constraints are also very, very important priorities. So if there's something that, if you actually want to know about what the teachers are doing, what conditions we're creating for students, constraints are the way to go.
And constraints, I know that the rule is that the constraints have to be written in a thou shalt not tone, but the progress measures for constraints can be positive, right? So
they absolutely have
right,
to be.
So you will not
smart,
have not have test, drill, and kill as our sole source of instruction, and then the thing can be, we have a progress measure could be students completing science projects or students. So, okay, that's good to know. I like the idea that you were going towards in terms of alternates to assessments as isolated tests, like actually instructional. Assess measures that are embedded in actual instruction. But I wonder, does the district have any data or any, either on the when I think back to one of the previous board's goals of having every 5th grader complete a project-based learning activity experience, and that was one of the measures, right? So there was some kind of reason for that. I'm wondering if the basis for that was that there was some type of predictive, kind of like completing 8th grade algebra. Was there something that students who complete a project-based learning experience tend to have better outcomes than something else? But more importantly, I'm wondering, was there any research or assessment done on that actual measure? Like, did we find that completing one project-based learning experience in 5th grade led to more project-based learning across 5th grade, or more project-based learning in K through 5th grade? Or that students who by completing that, they learned more or that they were more successful? Was there any kind of evaluation of our project-based learning experience?
Well, when was that? That was
It was recent. It was pre-COVID, right before COVID, probably.
2017. 2017. Yeah, the 100, okay. Yeah, so I'm not aware of.
Right.
Not quite the 140.
Yeah, so I don't think that we have done that analysis. Yeah.
Okay.
Trustee Kaufman, we never did an evaluation of that. As you may remember, the first year that we had it in there, we actually had to do it as a baseline year because it was added into the scorecard during the year, and we were not able to work with all of our middle schools to get implemented for the year.
Okay. So I would think for something like that, we would need to have similar data to like what E3 Alliance has presented on 8th grade algebra, like something that would say that by doing this, because I think, my assumption on the project-based learning was that we're going to do this one time and check we did it, but that it may not have had any actual impact on student learning because it may have just been we're doing a project now, kids, and then moving on. So I would be very wary about creating something that might be satisfied with checking the box, but I'm very interested in finding ways to have embedded assessments rather than separate assessments.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Trustee Gonzalez. Well, I was going to say, I think that's what we're endeavoring to do is as the board creates goals or moves towards goals, in the focus groups and the data team, we're trying to figure out which of these things can align with our values, not stress the system, can be implemented with fidelity. And so I think your question's a really good question. And so when we come back, I think we'll be able to answer it in that way, if that is indeed someplace that we go. But, I think it's a little.
Well, I think, for example, making the case for one of many options for the science, we have a whole science team that puts experiments together, and they're really high quality. I mean, my kids had several teachers who used those, throughout the year, and they were excellent. We ended up with a zebrafish living in our house or a mosquito fish living in our house from one of the experiments for years because it needed a home afterward, but they were really cool, and really they came packaged for the teachers. So I think we have systems in place for some of these that we haven't tapped into in this way. So I'm excited to see what you guys bring us.
I have a beta fish I need to rehome before I move. I'm going to send it to you.
I'll take your fish. Bring your fish to Austin. What's that? Come back where? No, the school was finished with it and needed a place to go.
Oh, forever and ever?
Yeah, the experiment was over, so the fish came to live with us.
It happens to crayfish also. They
Okay.
can rehome.
So I want to bring us back together because we've got one more goal that we need to look at. Dr. Kaufman and President Singh, would you like to share your goal?
We tackled math. So we said the percentage of students successfully completing Algebra 1 by the end of 8th grade will increase from X in June 2023, which we have data for, to to Y in June 2029. But the star on there is completing Algebra 1 by the end of the 8th grade the right measure, or is it passing the Algebra 1 EOC the right measure? That's a subject for a conversation. But I will note that the Math Matters study from from E3 Alliance said completing Algebra 1 by the 8th grade is what they tied to college enrollment, was completing the course. Just to note that.
So I think I've been corrected on what I told you earlier about Algebra 1 being the predictor. I've heard that it may actually be Algebra 2. So I want to make sure that's correct. It's Algebra 2, Algebra 1 for college. So Algebra 2 is the predictor for success in college. Algebra 1 is the predictor for success post-secondary. Is that accurate? Okay. So Algebra 1 is a predictor for CCMR readiness, and Algebra 2 is a predictor for success in college. that's my fault for telling you the wrong thing earlier.
I think Algebra 1 would be the right measure for us, right, because of CCMR, but also because it allows more time to adjust. Because the reason E3 focused on Algebra 1 is because it enables kids to take higher level math in high school. So it gives us a chance both to, at a point where we can impact it better.
Definitely. So this is Algebra 1 by the end of the 8th grade. Awesome. Okay. What questions do your colleagues have?
So when it says successfully completing, does that mean that they are getting credit for the course, or does it mean that they're demonstrating proficiency on the STAR, or what does successfully completing mean?
I'm pretty sure E3 defines it as completing the course, like getting credit for the course. Which again, there needs to be safeguards in place to ensure that there isn't grade inflation, there isn't social promotion, that there's correlation between the students who complete it and who pass the Algebra 1 EOC.
That's exactly
There are
what
all sorts of kind of guardrails that would need to be in there somehow.
that's exactly what I thought. Yeah, thank you.
And then I have just a comment about it. We looked at 8th grade algebra data in the policy committee before the last board election, so it's been a while. I think Elizalde was still the superintendent, so it's been quite a while. And one of the things we looked at was the number of students who drop out of 8th grade algebra because it counts for high school credit, and it is a shocking, astronomical number. And we looked at a policy change to allow people to opt out and not have the grade count for their high school GPA. Principals and some parents didn't, there was a committee, there was a lot of input. Principals and parents really, some teachers and parents and principals pushed back against the idea of having kids opt out because they felt like kids wouldn't take it seriously. But I think the unintended consequence of that is that kids drop out of that class and don't sign up for it and leave it. So I think we would probably want to consider that with a recommendation from the administration. If we adopt that goal, we would want to think about that policy piece to be sure that we're not creating problems.
And that goes back to driving resources, because I think one of the, when a middle school I was associated with switched to opting out of Algebra 1 instead of opting in or whatever, or somehow they made it as the norm is you're going to take it, that they had to fight a significant culture shift of if a student's, in their in an earlier age and they're not successful, that they drop them for the lower course. Instead of, if they're not successful there, you provide interventions and support to help them be successful. And so it is a major culture shift, because some teachers were like, well, this kid doesn't belong in here. They're not ready for this, because they're not used to needing to provide interventions to help a student be prepared for it. So it was a major, but that's a culture, that's a resource shift too, to ensure that there are supports for Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction for kids in Algebra 1 in 7th or 8th grade. Not 7th, I don't like 7th grade, but in 8th grade.
Which is part of what makes it feel like a good goal to me, right? And I have an Ashley question. Would participation in the advanced math that's now required by the new state law be a GPM? Would we, if the administration considers that predictive of success, to enroll 6th graders into, 40% of our district 6th graders into advanced math, and then disaggregating that and looking at who really has access to that advanced math and who doesn't? Would that be predictive and a possible GPM if the administration wanted to bring that to us?
So it really depends. So the administration would need to do an analysis to see how predictive that is. I don't generally recommend participation progress measures, just because it's not something that that you can so it's just not the strongest
The performance maybe in that.
Yeah.
And the state's theory is that it will make a change. I mean, the state passed that law for this reason.
Yeah.
So, but some measure of that would be unacceptable.
Yeah.
But maybe performance, not.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
thank
so
you.
I would generally encourage to look at the achievement in that area, but the administration, and that's why the administration does the that correlation correlation study to see like how predictive these things are to achieving the goal.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. Does anyone have any other questions for, okay, Catherine, go ahead.
So like with all of these, I try to look at like what could be the unintended consequence of this. To do this well with fidelity, to set kids up for confidence and success in Algebra 1 is a multi-year process to do it well. And you know, I went to a really good presentation on Round Rock ISD doing this. And I taught math in this district, I taught math in Round Rock ISD, and it was a multi-year process for them. They were very successful. They had lots of systems already in place. They already had accelerated mathematics programs beginning in 3rd grade that I taught, where the students were covering, like some students were covering a year and a half. And then once you were in 5th, and they had summer programs for students and a lot of things that, like, so my fear, and also as a student in a district that now I think I realized that they just decided we're going to increase I took Algebra 1 in 7th grade, and I don't know how I got selected for that. I don't know why. They had never done it before, but a cohort of us got picked to do it. And we had no additional preparation than anyone else. And I felt like I was failing every single day. I was up till midnight crying. I thought I would not pass the end of course exam. I got 95th%, but I never thought I was good at math. I did become a math teacher, so I guess but it just, if you don't do it right, that really concerns me. And it won't be something we would see growth for a long time. And I don't want a bunch of kids thrown into something. And then I don't want kids, I worked also in I worked at Pierce Middle School, and the students were double blocked in math. I worry this could be harmful as, like, on the scorecard. Like, I do think we should be doing this.
Yeah, and Trustee Belicio, I think your point is a really good point, and I think for us in the administration, we're hypersensitive to doing damage to get to a score, right? And so I know we want to be aggressive in many ways, but these are going to take a considerable amount of time to do them well. And I think, I just feel like there might be the misaligned expectations, because over the course of 5 years, I think we can get here, but the first 2 years are not going to feel like we're going to be there. It's just not. And so I think as long as we're realistic and have that conversation honestly, then I think we have a reasonable chance at doing it well, instead of just assuming that it's going to be X% growth year over year, and then the administration over a period of time responds in a way that isn't aligned with our values or how we want everybody to respond, and then all of a sudden we've introduced bad behavior, and it just same old thing. So I think that's a really important point and can't be lost.
Superintendent Segura, I would also want to mention that since we're looking at the outcome if we were to look at the outcome of Algebra 1 in 8th grade, then we would be more incentivized to make sure that we do have great systems in place to prepare students before 8th grade to be successful. Now, if we were to look at participation in algebra in 8th grade, that's where we could accidentally get into some behaviors that we would not want to see. And so I do feel that since it's looking at the outcome of students, it would almost ensure that we have to create these great systems starting really early, even earlier than what the law says, which is 6th grade, based off of 5th grade results.
But Jacob, I think that Dr. Reach,
You can call me
well, you call me Superintendent Segura instead of Matthias. Everywhere, all day long, you call me Matthias. But I think, but that's the point. So if we're looking at 6th grade and even 5th grade or even earlier, right? I mean, it's conceivably 3 years before you see the outcome results that the way that we would expect them to see, like line up. And that's just reality, right? We'll see progress, but it's just going to be a little while.
Better outcomes and more students meeting that better outcomes.
Yep.
But I would say, I think a lot of us are hungry for that there's the urgency to make a difference, but there's an urgency not to try to make a difference with some quick fix. And I think to Ashley's point that we're not trying to move it with 8th grade, that we need to go look, at kindergarten readiness or at how kids are doing in 5th or 6th grade, that we need to look at those prior grades and we need to work on that. And I don't think that's something our district has been brave enough to do. And to me, getting it right and knowing that we're making a difference in all those other places on the way to that goal is a good thing, not a bad thing. Because I think that creates something durable and lasting and meaningful. And the urgency is there, but it's not that we're not doing the work. We're just doing the work at other places before those kids reach 8th grade.
And I know Trustee Kaufman wants to say something, so I'll be brief. But I do think that means that when we're giving the monitoring reports, when we're kind of towards the end looking at forward facing, some of those things are not going to be directly tied to 8th grade algebra. They're going to be tied to the kind of the initiative, the long-term initiative required to move that. And so they're going to be things that are like, whether it's finance related or, talent strategy related, but they're all part of the initiative to get there. And I think reporting on that is, we can provide, quantitative data, assuming they're all aligned, which they will be.
And so much more meaningful and I think deeper than looking at another map test 3 months later. I mean, I think that's more meaningful for our students, for the board, for our community, for our educators, for the administration, I think for everybody. So I think that's exciting, even though we're going to have to explain where the progress is being made and why it hasn't reached 8th grade yet in the way we want it to. But I think we have a really good example of that with some of the reading data we got recently, where you guys were able to point really specifically to something during a monitoring report that was that bright spot that said, we think this is going to show up next year in 3rd grade. And here's why. And that's super. We think this is starting to show up. So I'm excited for that. Not scared by that.
I just want to add why I'm excited about the prospect of being very thoughtful about what the progress, what the goal, the ramp looks like, what the trajectory looks like, because we typically have a straight line that suggests that you're going to go from 10 to 20 to 30 to 40 to 50, but that's not really how it works. It either works like you get rapid gains at the beginning because you get the low-hanging fruit, but then it levels out because now you're working with the more challenging situations, or you have a lot of front work to do, so it starts real slow and then it peaks up. So, but I think this, like the idea behind things take time, is it's often seen as or used as a way of avoiding accountability, because it's like, well, it's going to take time. You're not going to see the results on 3rd grade STAR, and then you're not going to see them until they're in the program for 5 years. Well, but what's telling us along the way, and that's what I hear you saying, is we start with, like, in order to get there, our theory of action is we're going to put in these inputs, but we're not going to see results from the inputs until it reaches where the kids have the outputs, and those outputs are going to contribute to the outcomes. So step us through and show us the inputs are happening. They're happening consistently. They're at all the schools. They're at the Title I schools. Yeah. So I'm just excited. I'm excited about seeing. I think that could be the biggest kind of change in how we do this set of goals from what we've done in the past, is really thoughtful, empirically based progress.
And then Dr. Reach, I'm glad you said, because you didn't say, Dr. Reach is a math teacher. And so I can tell you feel really passionate about this, like that you've thought about it. And that's what, when you say that ramp, because I'm sure who you're thinking of right now, you're like, there are kids that are being denied this opportunity, right? And there's that we could make sure we're looking for them right now. And so that's not some huge systematic change, or, someone who's being really thoughtful about how the data should, because, looking at our data right now, or the goals right now, they seem very like, you know, why is this number supposed to increase this much? So like, I don't know, maybe you're, you know, convincing me. Yeah, because I'm sure you've thought about how to do this very, very well for a long time.
I just want to acknowledge the enthusiasm of Dr. Brown there as well.
I mean, this is like just why it's so important to be a conversation. So.
All right.
And I just want to take that moment again. We've had this conversation, but just how important it is to me as a board trustee, and I think for the rest of us, for us to receive feedback from our superintendent and the administration on when we're taking things in a direction that's going to disrupt rather than support. Because, like, it's not helpful for us to make a really stupid decision about something that throws everything off, but then for the administration to work feverishly to do it when they know it's a bad idea. So really just want to appreciate that this will be a conversation, not just the board will decide and then we have to do it. So.
I am really appreciating this conversation. We need to move on. But it's also the right time to move on. So I want to transition our conversation to talk about constraints. And so I know up until now we talked about, you know, how constraints are how the board ensures that we're protecting the community's values. And so I think that there is a perception that if these are the four values that that have been the strongest things that came from the community, then these are the things that we need to adopt constraints around. So superintendent shall not allow an inequitable access to high quality education. The superintendent shall not allow students to be without mental health and social emotional support, so on and so forth. That's not entirely accurate. I want you to think of your scorecard as in whole. So we've talked about potential goals. As you're thinking about constraints, some of the things that you all have lifted up as potential unintended consequences from the goals are actually really great candidates for how to set constraints that are that are addressing those unintended consequences that you can see. So that could be one way. And then also you could adopt a constraint that is very directly reflective of what we see here from the community. But that a lot of the conversation, so I want you to think outside of maybe the way that we've been talking about it and think of like how constraints can reinforce the goals that we've talked about, and that how can we build upon those so that our scorecard is actually it has alignment from the top to the bottom of the scorecard, not just 3 to 5 very specific goals and then 1 to 5 like completely unrelated constraints. You can actually think of it as like an ecosystem that they're all interdependent. So you can do it one way or the other, but I kind of have a feeling the direction that this board is going to take this. So we're going to go straight into our next partner activity and develop some constraints. So I see that Trustee Kaufman and Trustee Boswell have already claimed their next partners. Andrew, it's your birthday. Who would you like to be your partner this time around? All right, so Trustee Gonzalez and Trustee Singh, and then Catherine and Matthias. I'm going to go back to the anatomies of a constraint. These are the things that need to ensure are inclusive in your constraint language. And I'll leave it up on this for a little bit, and then once I kind of get a signal from you all, then I'll pull up the things that came back as values from your community as well. And we'll take about 15 minutes for this. I'm going to look at the time so I make sure it's 8:55 now, so I'll check in at 10 after 9. y'all are also welcome to think about multiple constraints. I don't want you to feel constrained to one constraint. It's actually been 20 minutes, not more than, instead of 15. So I'm going to let y'all go a little bit longer, so maybe 5 more minutes. All right, trustees, let's bring it back together.
Okay, guys, are y'all ready to gather back?
Okay, let's come back. I want to ask each group to share their constraints. So read your constraint, and then I want you to tell us what value that constraint is protecting. Yeah, go ahead.
So I was with President Singh, and the three that we had developed, the superintendent shall not allow classrooms in C, D, or F-rated schools to go without essential materials and human resources. So the value, I guess, that we saw communicated through that is equity around distribution of resources across the district. The second one, the superintendent shall not allow bilingual programming to be implemented without fidelity. The same thing there, I think also mentioned was some of the unique programming that is offered within Austin ISD, and so ensuring equitable access to that programming. The last one is a little bit lengthy, and we took some inspiration from a neighbor, but that constraint is the superintendent shall not allow ineffective supports, systems, and processes for students receiving special education services across the district to negatively impact IEP development and implementation.
And what value is that protecting?
I would say similar to the other two, access to quality programming and ensuring that that's equitable across the district. I don't know if President Singh has anything that she wants to add.
Great, thank you so much. We're going to reserve any questions until everyone has gone. So Superintendent and Trustee Whitley Chu, will y'all share yours? So read the constraint, and then what is the value? What values are these protecting? Great, thank you so much. All right, Trustee Kaufman and Trustee Boswell.
But we had one and not three.
We're
but,
good.
But ours
a lot of energy.
combined two programs and said the superintendent shall not fail to implement best instructional practices for students eligible for special education and bilingual education. There's a lot of variables on that we could tweak, but that's what we are presenting for now.
And what is the value?
The equity, inclusion, and programming.
And I would say if we had been ambitious and done three, or if that was the mission and we didn't understand it, I don't see things here that hit that mental health, social, emotional support, behavior piece. And I think that's a really important, a really important thing that we consider.
Okay. So it looks like we're actually pretty close when we look at the different the different values that everyone has articulated here. There are definitely different ideas of how to protect those values, but everything is kind of grounded in the same space, which is where we want to be. All right, so I want to go to this first group over here. So on the first constraint, I've identified 1 and 2. So essential materials and human resources. So one of the requirements of a constraint is that every constraint be specific to a single operational action or a related class of operational actions. And so while they are protecting, the constraint is protecting the same value, so it's the equitable distribution of resources. The materials and human resources are both separate, so they're separate classes of operational actions. So I would recommend either splitting this into 2 separate constraints, or actually that's it. I would recommend splitting it into 2 separate constraints. But that's fine because you've only got three up there. The other one that was flagged, fidelity. So what do you think I'm going to say about fidelity? What does it mean? What does it mean? And that's just kind of an ongoing piece of feedback for constraints is you're definitely allowed to keep them as broad as you want. My coaching is always make them as specific as they need to be, which is if it needs to be. So you really know if that level of specificity is adequate when you get the superintendent's constraint progress measures. We say when the board stops writing your constraints, the superintendent starts interpreting them. And so you know what the superintendent's interpretation is by looking at the progress measures that he brings forward. So if he brings forward progress measures that are not actually achieving or protecting the values that you want, then the board doesn't say, oh, no, go pick new progress measures, or no, use these progress measures instead. The way the board responds is by clarifying the constraint. And so adding that level of specificity. Great, thank you. I want to come over here and look at this one. On the first section, developmentally inappropriate. What is there any subjectivity in that, or is that a pretty? Do you think that is a pretty commonly agreed upon set of expectations or set of criteria?
So it is well defined by researchers, and then a resource is NIAC.
Okay. Great. So again, like just the same coaching, like this is great as long as the interpretation is consistent with your vision for it. If the constraint progress measures came back as not aligned, then you'd want to spell out what developmentally inappropriate meant. Yeah. So developmentally inappropriate as defined by NIAC. I can't remember if that's the one that you said. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. And then, so novice teachers, again, like that could be, that could be defined. That could be, it could be not an issue. You could have a pretty common definition of that. Yeah. And then, okay.
Can I ask a quick
Oh,
question?
yeah, go ahead.
How would that play out in middle or high school?
So like refining that to, I see what you're saying. So maybe saying, allowing any grade level team at the elementary level and
Department.
department.
I don't know, but it's tricky.
I think it's possible. Yeah, because I was thinking elementary, but what's funny is I was thinking sixth grade math or, but
Yeah, if you have 5 novice science teachers at your school, you're 5 out of 5, that could be a problem.
that's a problem.
Or if you have,
I've been there, yeah.
or if you're in 6th grade and every one of your teachers is a novice teacher, that's also a problem.
Yes.
So,
So we could say like core secondary subjects. Yeah.
core subjects will not have. Interesting.
Yeah.
And
And
maybe for
so,
middle school, in high school, maybe it's more around students experiencing. Students will not be positioned where they have more than 2 novice teachers. So if you're going to 6 courses, you. Mhm.
Participation next year, like having that would be helpful because it would kind of limit some adjustments that might otherwise take place.
Interesting.
And I think like looking at like where I've worked and like where my daughter goes to school and like what really makes I'm like what is the difference and like what those teachers are getting to do and saying how could it be like how could these experiences be replicated at all of our schools. And then when the factor that would hold it back was like, well, you need at least one expert teacher on that team. But like that's what I have seen would be like, okay, why couldn't we do this here?
can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
What is it that you're hoping to accomplish by having at least one expert teacher on each team?
To have, I would say, for example, to have really good lessons planned, to have support, to have mentorship, to have collaborative planning, to professionalize what we're doing, to flatten the organization, to give students rich experiences, equitable experiences.
Mm-hmm. So is it possible to accomplish those things in another way?
I do not think it is. I do not think so. I've never seen it done.
Yeah. So, generally, and I mentioned this yesterday, constraints are used to protect values of the community while also maximizing the superintendent's flexibility. So if a constraint really limits the superintendent to only like one strategy or like one way of accomplishing a given goal or an initiative that's tied to the goals, then that's probably an indicator that the constraint is too narrow and that it's not accomplishing that flexibility that's needed.
How does that balance with the whole argument around adding clarification, right? Because like on the first one, like that extreme clarity kind of limits the response for constraint progress measure.
Yeah.
Which is helpful. I mean, because at least I know what to do. I can do precisely what to do, you know?
Yeah.
So I guess I'm just trying to figure out like what that balance looks like and kind of how we determine what is the right balance.
Yeah, and that's why we want constraints we just want constraints to be as specific as they need to be.
Got it.
So if it is too specific, so that if it's so specific that it is really limiting the superintendent to only, one or two different strategies to use, then the recommendation is to kind of zoom out a little bit. And so one of the things that is a common way of addressing this is, so we recognize that we have to hire new teachers. And on some campuses where we only have maybe one teacher per grade level, or two teachers per grade level, the district may not have the ability to not hire a new teacher or a novice teacher for that. So instead of saying we're not going to hire novice teachers, we may say we are not going to allow teachers, superintendent shall not allow teachers within their first however many years of in the classroom to be without supports, support, mentorship, and I can't remember what the other things that you mentioned, but so that could be one way to accomplish that.
Can I suggest an unintended consequence for that too? Is like, I know as a principal, I would be extraordinarily frustrated if I had a grade level, say with, whatever, and one veteran teacher who then resigns late, and I have an outstanding new teacher that I can put in there. But I'm like, no, you have to take a veteran teacher. And where do I find a veteren teacher? From the
kinder to fifth, or
right,
fifth to kinder, or
right.
something
So I end up moving things around, so I don't get to make my best decisions about how to structure my teams, or even worse, I lose. Like I really wanted to hire this brand new teacher who has amazing potential, but I don't have a place for her. Now I have a place for her, but I have to take in somebody who nobody else wanted because that's the only veteran teacher available right now because it's August, right? So I would just be wary as a principal of having to, but I would wonder if can we take it a step back to like what are the conditions that result in having a, or what you're saying, what are the consequences of having an all novice team, and can we address that instead?
Mm-hmm.
So I think for me, what's helpful is to have, again, this is not the way to think about it, but when you have thresholds, it allows for some flexibility, in the system, which is why, like, I would have, not to go to the next one, but like, I recognize that it's not going to be the case where that's going to work every single time. You have to give principals the ability to make adjustments, which is why if you say 90%, then it allows for some flexibility, but also doesn't allow for a free-for-all, and at least when they're making those decisions, we're like thinking, okay, well, ideally, if we can do this, let's think about this first. If it doesn't work, then it's maybe the last 10% that are having to make that adjustment. That'd be the behavior I'd want to kind of promote, which is why I think if we write them like that, then and we can figure out a way to write it that way or respond that way, then it provides a little bit of both.
Yep, and I'm fine with constraints having thresholds.
So it's not like a.
Yeah. Okay, so looking at the last one, how did you come up with the 7%?
Because right now we're at 11%. And I want to beat that, and that's improved. Right? I mean,
Yeah.
so I know last year to this year was hard. The year before that, I think we're at 16%. And so if the goal is to get to a number, it's never going to be 100% possible. Yeah. But what, given the number of schools, the number of teachers, could we get to 7% over a period of time? Yeah, I think you probably could. I think it's aggressive. So maybe I should back off 8.5%, 9%. But yeah, right now we're at 11%. But that mean we'd have to address climate and culture. We'd have to address a lot of different things to get that.
Yeah. Well, and the thing about the constraints is that that needs to be your threshold now. So if you're going to honor that constraint, then it has to be honored in the first year that you're evaluated on it. So could you get there by the end of school year 25-26?
I don't know. So I guess. So, how definitive are the? Because let's say there's another pandemic. I don't want to say pandemic, but something happens, right? Mm-hmm. A 2% shift one way or the other could impact us. Maybe make it 11%. Yeah.
You could also
10%.
say will not allow attrition at X campuses to decline or to increase. Increase. You want it to decline. So to increase or remain the same. That could also be. It's forcing you to
Yeah.
move forward, but yeah.
I think that's almost more I think averaging out over the whole is almost easier than
Yeah.
keeping 113 campuses at less than or more. So
Yeah.
anyway, but I mean, we could write it a couple different ways.
Yeah. And this is all just food for thought. So.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not, yeah. No, this is just food for
She's like,
thought,
"You're
and we're
writing
not,
more research."
we're just getting a starting point tonight, so. Okay, superintendent shall not fail to implement best instructional practices for students eligible for special education and bilingual education. So for this one, and Dr. Kaufman and I have already talked about this, the best instructional practices. If there is a common understanding of what this means, then that's great. If not, I would just encourage that to add specificity there where needed. Also, similar to this one, special education and bilingual education, that are those closely enough aligned? I think they probably are, because they're both considered like special populations, and we actually tried to break it out, but then it kind of just got a little messy. So but again, that's one of the things to think about is, best instructional practices, that might be an area that needs some specificity. And then that, the two populations, special education and bilingual education, are they closely enough related, and need that they can be inclusive or included in one constraint?
And part of what we talked about was the federal, that they both have very specific federal requirements that we have to meet in addition to kind of what else is best practice.
Yep.
And that they felt like they fit in the same bucket that was part of why.
Yep. So that's one of the things that we actually won't have answers to any of these questions until we would see the progress measures that are brought back from the superintendent.
So I would, and I would lean towards separating them because they're both like high priorities and important, and I would want to give more space for the superintendent to have constrained progress measures for each of them that are unique. But my bigger concern, based on what you said earlier, is around, like, perhaps the correct language is if we not fail to increase the numbers of students receiving whatever, because this, like, when we talk about the timeline for getting this done, you're not going to go from today to tomorrow with full implementation of these things. Like, getting to inclusive practices for all of our special education students is going to take time, and effectively, so increasing might be the better, but then we have to negotiate the numbers. I mean, how do you then, how do you do that? How do you build these so you're allowing for time to phase it in?
So that'll happen through the progress measures mainly.
And so the same thing, that if the progress measures that are proposed are, not meeting the intent of the board, then we would say, well, now we need to put a number on this.
Yeah.
Because you're too slow. Yeah. Or we accept it because we know that that's making progress and it's within the.
I think on that one, I think splitting them and then adding clarity would be like immensely helpful, because we talked about the legal kind of compliance component of it, but that's not the same as the inclusive component of it. Those are like two huge different, but very kind of important and ongoing efforts. And so I think I would measure each of those differently. So
and Lynn, you weren't here when we got the feedback, but we had included compliance with state and federal law, but this is where Ashley said, if you need to tell your superintendent to follow the law, then you need a new superintendent. Like, it shouldn't be a constraint because that's a given.
So how does the constraint now work? You have a constraint right now on evaluations getting to 0.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, because it doesn't actually say don't break the law. It just says we're going to get to 0, which is effectively the
That's
same thing, but
It's the same thing.
But you're having to fix it.
yeah,
Like, it's a task that must be done.
yeah.
Do
And
not,
they
do
did
not
get
break
it.
the law
Well,
further.
we won't go into all that.
But let's go back, Ashley, to the question that we talked a little bit about while we were writing this is, and something I asked, I think, the first time that we met for the 2-day thing is, I don't see anything here that would have kept us out of the situation we're in with special education. And is there a constraint that gets us to that? I don't think there is.
So from what I understand about how you ended up in this situation,
I don't want to go too, I mean, we've got reports, I'm struggling.
I'm struggling with how to answer that without.
But I don't see anything in this process that would have prevented that.
So when there are, so when the board is being told one thing that is not consistent with the reality that students are seeing, there's nothing that you can do to change that. You have to, we always say trust but verify. So really the thing that I guess that the board could have done is demanded stronger evidence, but I don't know if that actually wasn't provided. I don't know enough about what happened then, but if you're being told that we are completely, like we have completely eliminated our backlog, and that's not, yeah, you can't, you can't stop people from not telling the truth, but you can expect evidence for it, and then if it's down the road, if it turns out that it's not actually true, then you've been misled in a public forum on the record, and that's problematic.
Again, goes to, we shouldn't need constraints for those things because those are givens. So, in the spirit of what Lynn did in terms of adding mental health and SEL, I think also what I would see is missing still is family engagement and like relationship building with families, something around that, and also something around decisions being made with the communities that they impact, both the professional and the community, so that the superintendent will not make decisions without an inclusive process with the community or something.
Thank you.
All right. That's a lot of constraints, so we're gonna definitely have to narrow them down.
And then the constrained progress measures, what's the rules on that? Is it 1 to 3 as well, or is it?
1 to 3 constraint progress measures for each constraint. And the constraint progress measures.
Or once a year?
They have to be monitored once per year. They can be, and they don't have to be.
Presented.
Yeah, they don't have to be presented. They can be reports that the board receives and adopts or accepts over consent. But the constraint progress measures must be, so instead of saying that they're predictive of the constraint, the constraint progress measure is effectively telling the board whether or not the constraint is being honored.
Is honored, is it?
Are you following the constraint, or is it telling the board whether the value that the constraint is protecting is that actually being protected? And so the superintendent comes back and says, this is how I'm going to report this back to you. If those things are not actually aligned with the value that they're trying to protect, then the board needs to refine the constraint language.
Okay, I have thoughts, but we can talk about that later.
All right. So we have a number of constraints, but that's okay. We've still got time in this process. So what I will do is I will take the ones that have been developed and I will put them all in a document, as well as the goals and the vision statements that we talked about. I will share them back with the board. We have a couple of items that we may need some additional ideas around, especially the mental health and SEL, family engagement and relationships, and inclusive decision making. So I'm going to give you board members a little bit of homework. I want you to think about those three values and what constraints would you create that would protect those values. And then what would be a good timeline for you all to be able to get those back to me?
Lynn,
I think it would need to either come to Jacob or myself. Great. Great. So by next Thursday, would it be possible to get those by the end of the weekend, possibly, or maybe Monday? Okay. Okay, that works. All right. So those are that's the end of my activities for tonight. I failed by my promise to staff that I'd end by 10 by 1 minute. So I owe some of you a penny.
Great, thank you. This was wonderful. And my good news for y'all is we don't have an exec session tonight. I really mean it, because we covered it all yesterday. But we are going to still celebrate your birthday back there. And for the public that is watching, we are all wearing cardigans in honor of Trustee Gonzalez. So happy birthday. We will take a picture. So let's see. Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Gonzalez to adjourn. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. The meeting is adjourned at, can someone tell me the time? 10:02 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you all.